The Monastery Between Mountains. Chapter 1. The Stone Path That Always Returns. The monastery sat where it had always been, tucked between peaks that wore their snow like old robes. Morning came slowly here, filtered through layers of mist that clung to the valley floor. Brother Thomas walked the stone path from the chapel to the refectory, his sandals making the same soft sounds they made every morning, the leather worn smooth by 10,000 identical journeys. The path curved gently around the herb garden. Rosemary grew there, in time, plants that asked little and gave much. Brother Thomas paused, as he often did, to touch the leaves of the rosemary bush nearest the gate. The scent came away on his fingers, sharp and clean. He would smell it throughout the morning, a small reminder that stayed with him through his tasks. In the refectory, Brother Martin was already setting out the bread. He did this every morning, placing each loaf on the long wooden table with careful attention, as if the arrangement mattered deeply. Perhaps it did. Brother Thomas had learned not to question such things. The monastery ran on rhythms older than memory, and each small action was part of a larger pattern that no single person fully understood. They ate in silence, as was their custom. The bread was dense and good, baked the previous evening when the stones of the oven still held the day's heat. Brother Thomas chewed slowly, tasting the grain, the salt, the slight sweetness that came from time and patience. Outside the narrow windows, the mist was beginning to lift, revealing the lower slopes of the eastern mountain. After breakfast came the first prayers of the day. The chapel held the cold of the night, releasing it gradually as the brothers gathered. Their voices rose together, familiar words in a language that felt both ancient and immediate. Brother Thomas knew these prayers so well that his mind could wander while his mouth shaped the sounds. He thought about the garden, about the beans that would need picking soon, about the small crack in the water cistern that Brother Paul had mentioned yesterday, or perhaps the day before. Time moved differently here. Days folded into one another like pages in a book read so many times that the words became a single, continuous story. Brother Thomas had been at the monastery for how long? 15 years? 20? The number felt less important than the accumulation of small moments, the building up of routine until it became something close to peace. After prayers, he walked to the scriptorium where he spent his mornings. Brother Thomas was a copyist, one of 3 in the monastery. His task was to reproduce texts, letter by letter, preserving words that might otherwise be lost. Today he was working on a herbal, a book that described plants and their properties. He had been copying this particular manuscript for 6 months, perhaps longer. The original was old, its pages brittle, and he worked carefully, aware that his copy might someday be the only version that remained. The scriptorium was quiet. Brother Benedict worked at the far table, his pen scratching steadily. Near the window, Brother Dominic painted illuminated letters, adding gold leaf to the capitals with a patience that bordered on meditation. No one spoke. The silence was not empty but full, filled with concentration and the small sounds of their craft. Brother Thomas dipped his quill and continued where he had left off the previous day. Lavender, he wrote, forming each letter with care, grows well in rocky soil and asks only for sun. Its flowers may be gathered in summer and dried for winter use. A tea made from lavender soothes the troubled mind and eases the path to sleep. He had copied similar words 100 times, 1,000 times. Each plant description was a small world unto itself, a set of observations passed down through generations. Someone had first noticed that lavender helped with sleep. Someone had thought to write it down. And now Brother Thomas carried that knowledge forward, his pen moving across the page in steady strokes. The morning passed as mornings did. When the light from the window reached a certain angle, Brother Thomas set down his quill and cleaned his pen. It was time for the midday prayers, and then for the meal that followed. He stood, feeling the stiffness in his shoulders, the slight ache in his lower back. These small discomforts were familiar friends, reminders that his body was present even as his mind traveled through the words he copied. The midday meal was vegetable soup and bread, with cheese on some days and without on others. Today was a with cheese day, and Brother Thomas ate his portion slowly, savoring the sharpness of the aged cheese against the mild sweetness of the carrots in the soup. Brother Martin had made the soup, as he always did, adding herbs from the garden in proportions he kept to himself. It tasted of thyme and something else, perhaps marjoram, perhaps just thyme. After the meal came a period of rest. Some brothers napped in their cells. Others walked in the garden or sat in the small courtyard where a fountain trickled water over stones green with moss. Brother Thomas usually walked, making a circuit of the monastery grounds, following paths he knew by heart. Today he walked to the eastern wall where a gap in the mountains showed a sliver of the world beyond. A valley stretched there, green and distant. Sometimes Brother Thomas could see smoke from a village, evidence of other lives being lived in other ways. He wondered about those lives occasionally, but without urgency. His wondering was more like noticing, the way one might notice a bird passing overhead, beautiful and separate. The afternoon brought more work in the scriptorium. Brother Thomas returned to his copying, his hand finding its rhythm again. The light changed gradually, growing warmer as the sun moved across the sky. By late afternoon, the scriptorium was filled with golden light that made the pages glow. Brother Thomas had to be more careful during this time, as the brightness could tire his eyes and cause mistakes. He worked until the bell rang for evening prayers, then set his work aside and joined the procession to the chapel. The evening prayers were longer than those of the morning, and the chapel was darker, lit by candles that flickered in drafts no one could find. Brother Thomas's voice joined the others, rising and falling in patterns worn smooth by repetition. After prayers came supper, and after supper, a brief time of conversation in the common room. This was the one time of day when the brothers spoke freely, sharing observations and small stories. Brother Paul mentioned the crack in the cistern again, and Brother Martin promised to look at it tomorrow, or perhaps the day after. Brother Dominic described a bird he had seen, green and yellow, a rare visitor from the lower valleys. Brother Benedict said nothing, but smiled at the description, his eyes distant. As darkness settled fully over the mountains, the brothers retired to their cells. Brother Thomas's cell was small and plain, containing a narrow bed, a small table, and a single chair. A cross hung on the wall above the bed, carved from dark wood by someone long ago. The cell had a window, But tonight Brother Thomas did not look out. Instead, he sat on his bed and removed his sandals, feeling the cool stone floor beneath his feet. He thought about the day, but his thoughts were not organized or purposeful. They drifted like the mist that would even now be settling into the valley, covering the familiar paths and garden beds. He thought about the word he had been copying, about lavender and sleep, about the golden light in the scriptorium, about the bread at breakfast and the cheese at lunch. Small things, all of them, but together they made up the substance of his life. Before lying down, Brother Thomas knelt beside his bed for a final prayer. The words came automatically, but he meant them nonetheless. He prayed for the monastery, for his brothers, for the world beyond the mountains that he rarely saw but knew was there. He prayed for good weather and good harvests, for health and peace, for all the things that people had always prayed for and would continue to pray for long after he was gone. When he finally lay down, the darkness was complete. Brother Thomas closed his eyes and breathed slowly, feeling the familiar comfort of his narrow bed, the slight roughness of the woolen blanket. He could hear, faintly, the sound of wind moving through the peaks above the monastery, a sound that was always there if one listened for it. Sleep came gradually, not all at once, but in gentle waves. Brother Thomas felt himself drifting, his thoughts becoming less distinct, merging with the darkness and the distant wind. Tomorrow would be much like today, and the day after that would be much like tomorrow. This knowledge, which might have troubled some, brought him comfort. Here, in this monastery between mountains, time moved in circles rather than lines, and each day was both new and ancient, both separate and part of an endless, gentle repetition. The night settled over the stone buildings, over the garden and the paths, over the chapel and the scriptorium. In his cell, Brother Thomas breathed slowly, evenly, his consciousness fading like mist beneath the morning sun. The monastery was quiet now, holding its silence like a precious thing, and the mountains stood watch as they had always done, patient and unchanging, as the hours passed and the world turned slowly beneath the stars. Chapter 2. The Garden That Grows Without Asking. Morning returned, as it always did, bringing with it the pale light that preceded the sun. Brother Thomas woke to the sound of the morning bell, its tone clear and deep, resonating through the stone corridors. He rose and dressed, the movements automatic after so many years. His robe hung on its peg by the door, and he pulled it over his head, feeling its familiar weight settle onto his shoulders. The stone path waited for him, exactly where it had been yesterday. His feet knew every unevenness, every place where the stones had settled slightly lower than their neighbors. In the gray light of early morning, the path seemed almost to glow, as if it held some light of its own. Brother Thomas walked steadily, his hands folded inside his sleeves, his eyes taking in the familiar landscape without really seeing it. The garden was his destination this morning, though not directly. First came the prayers, the gathering in the chapel, the joining of voices in the day's first acknowledgement of something larger than themselves. But his mind was already in the garden, thinking about the work that waited there. This was common. Brother Thomas often found that his thoughts ran ahead of him, preparing the way for his body to follow. Brother Benedict led the morning prayers today. Each brother took turns, the rotation as regular as the seasons. Brother Benedict had a good voice, steady and sure, and he moved through the prayers with a calm that seemed to extend outward, encompassing the entire chapel. Brother Thomas let the words wash over him, adding his voice where it was needed, falling silent when silence was required. After prayers came breakfast, and after breakfast, Brother Thomas took a basket from the supply room and walked to the garden. The mist was still heavy, turning the world into something indistinct and dreamlike. The garden emerged from the grayness gradually, revealing itself in layers. First the low stone wall that enclosed it, then the rows of plants, then the individual leaves and stems, each hung with tiny drops of moisture that caught what light there was and held it. Brother Thomas knelt beside the bean plants and began to pick. The beans were ready, their pods firm and full. He worked slowly, checking each plant, gathering the beans that were at their peak and leaving those that needed more time. Some of the pods were stringy with age, past their moment of perfection. These he left for seed, marking them with small pieces of twine so others would know. The work was peaceful. Brother Thomas let his mind rest on simple things, the texture of the bean pods, the slight resistance they gave before coming free from the stem, the weight gradually accumulating in his basket. A spider had built its web between two plants, and he worked carefully around it, not wanting to destroy something made with such intricate effort. Other brothers moved through the garden, each tending their assigned areas. Brother Martin was weeding between the onion rows, pulling each unwanted plant with careful attention. Brother Paul checked the water channels that ran from the cistern, ensuring they flowed freely. No one spoke. The garden seemed to call for silence, or perhaps the silence simply settled there naturally, drawn by the growing things and the quiet attention of the men who cared for them. The morning moved forward in its unhurried way. Brother Thomas trimmed herbs and tied them in bundles for drying. He cut back the mint which was trying to escape its bed and invade the neighboring basil. He noted that the chamomile was beginning to flower and would need harvesting soon. Each observation was filed away in the part of his mind that kept track of such things, a mental almanac built up over years of attention. When the bell rang for midday prayers, he was not surprised to find that hours had passed. Time in the garden moved differently, flowing around the repetitive tasks like water around stones in a stream. He washed his hands at the pump outside the kitchen, watching the dirt spiral away in dark swirls, then joined the procession to the chapel. The midday prayers were briefer than those of morning and evening. Afterward came the meal, which included the beans he had picked earlier. Brother Martin had cooked them with onions and garlic, adding a handful of the oregano Brother Thomas had trimmed that morning. The beans were tender and good, tasting of earth and sun and the particular magic that transformed seeds into food. Brother Thomas ate mindfully, aware of the journey that had brought this food to his plate. The beans had been seeds last year, dried and stored through winter, planted in spring when the last frost had passed. They had grown through rain and sun, had climbed their supports, had flowered and formed pods. They had been picked, prepared, cooked, and now they nourished him. Next year, some of the seeds he had marked would repeat this cycle, continuing a pattern that stretched backward and forward through time. After the meal came the afternoon rest period. Today, Brother Thomas, chose not to walk, but to sit in the courtyard near the fountain. The sound of water over stone was soothing, a constant variation on a simple theme. He sat on the stone bench that was cool even on warm days and let his mind drift. He thought about nothing in particular, or perhaps about everything at once. His thoughts touched on the garden, on the scriptorium, on the prayers and the meals, on the rhythm of the days. He thought about Brother Benedict's steady voice during prayers, about the spider web among the bean plants, about the way the mountains looked in the early morning mist. None of these thoughts seemed particularly important, but together they made up the texture of his awareness, the constant quiet hum of consciousness. A bee landed on the stones near the fountain and drank from the shallow pool at its base. Brother Thomas watched it, noting the pollen on its legs, the transparent wings that caught the light. The bee drank and flew away, returning to whatever work bees did in the world beyond the courtyard. Everything had its work, Brother Thomas thought. Everything had its place in the order of things. The afternoon eventually called him back to the scriptorium. He settled at his table and picked up where he had left off in the herbal. The section he was copying now dealt with flowers rather than herbs, roses and lilies, peonies and hollyhocks. The monastery grew few flowers, preferring plants that served practical purposes, but Brother Thomas enjoyed copying these sections nonetheless. The descriptions were more poetic, the language more elevated, as if beauty required different words than utility. He worked steadily through the afternoon, his pen moving across the page in familiar rhythms. The light changed as it always did, growing golden and then beginning to fade as the sun moved behind the western peaks. Brother Dominic finished his illumination work and left quietly. Brother Benedict continued copying at his table, completely absorbed in his task. The scriptorium held them both in its peaceful silence, asking nothing, giving everything. When the evening bell rang, Brother Thomas finished the sentence he was writing and cleaned his pen. His fingers were cramped from holding the quill, and he flexed them slowly, feeling the muscles release. He had copied perhaps 4 pages today, adding to the growing stack that represented months of work. The original manuscript was much longer, and he would be copying it for months more, perhaps a year or even longer. This did not trouble him. The work would take as long as it took. Evening prayers felt longer today, or perhaps Brother Thomas was simply more tired. He let his mind rest on the familiar words, not thinking about their meaning, but feeling them as sounds, as vibrations in the air of the chapel. Around him, his brothers' voices rose and fell in unison, a collective breath that filled the space and then released it. Supper was soup again, this time made with greens from the garden and yesterday's bread, cut into pieces and added to the broth. Brother Thomas ate and found it good. He had long ago learned that hunger was the best seasoning, and that food eaten in community tasted better than food eaten alone. In the common room afterward, Brother Paul finally mentioned that he had repaired the crack in the cistern. He had used a mixture of clay and lime, he said, and it seemed to be holding. Brother Martin nodded approval. Brother Dominic asked about the green and yellow bird, whether anyone had seen it again. No one had. The conversation drifted from topic to topic like leaves on the surface of a stream, touching briefly on this and that before moving on. Brother Thomas listened, but did not speak much. He was content to sit, and let the sounds of his brothers' voices wash over him. There was comfort in this, in being part of something without needing to assert himself within it. The monastery held them all, and each brother contributed to the whole in his own way, through his work and his prayers and his simple presence. As night came on, the brothers dispersed to their cells. Brother Thomas walked the familiar corridors, his footsteps echoing softly off the stone walls. In his cell, he lit a single candle and sat at his small table. He did not pray or read, but simply sat, watching the candle flame waver slightly in drafts he could not feel. The flame was hypnotic, dancing without ever moving far from its center, sustained by the melting wax and the air around it. After a time, he extinguished the candle and lay down. Darkness filled the cell completely. Brother Thomas closed his eyes, though it made little difference in the absence of light. He listened to the silence, which was not truly silent, but filled with small sounds. The settling of old stones, the whisper of wind around the buildings, the distant call of some night bird in the mountains. Sleep approached slowly, gently, like the mist that would even now be gathering in the valleys. Brother Thomas felt himself letting go of the day, releasing each moment and task back into the flow of time. The garden would be there tomorrow, and the scriptorium, and the prayers, and the meals. Everything would continue in its patterns, and he would continue with them, one day folding into the next like pages in a book that had no final chapter, only an endless middle that was itself a kind of peace. The monastery breathed around him, stone and silence, darkness and distant stars. Brother Thomas breathed with it, his consciousness fading like light at sunset, gradual and complete, until only sleep remained, and the night held everything in its patient, gentle grasp. Chapter 3. The Light That Changes Without Changing. Days passed, one after another, each similar but not identical, like prayers repeated with slight variations. Brother Thomas moved through them with the steady attention that had become second nature. Wake, pray, eat, work, pray, eat, work, pray, eat, sleep. The pattern was simple and endlessly complex, a framework that held infinite small moments. In the scriptorium, the herbal grew page by page. Brother Thomas had reached a section on trees now, oak and ash, willow and birch. The descriptions were more extensive here, taking up multiple pages for each species. Trees lived longer than most plants, longer than most people, and the manuscript treated them with corresponding respect. Brother Thomas copied the words carefully, noting the different properties of each tree's wood, the uses of bark and leaves, the seasons when each tree gave what it had to give. Outside the windows, real trees grew on the mountain slopes. Brother Thomas could see them when he looked up from his work, dark masses of green that shifted in the wind, unchanging and constantly changing, solid and in motion. He wondered sometimes about the relationship between the trees on the page and the trees in the world, whether one was more real than the other or whether reality itself was something more complicated than simple presence. Brother Benedict had finished his manuscript and begun a new one. Brother Dominic continued his illuminations, working on a psalter that would take years to complete. The scriptorium held their separate projects in its collective silence, each man pursuing his task while remaining aware of the others. They were alone together, isolated and connected, 3 points of attention in the larger attention of the monastery. The work was sometimes tedious, Brother Thomas had to admit. His hand cramped, his eyes grew tired, his back ached from sitting. But tedium itself could become a kind of meditation, a way of being present with discomfort without being overcome by it. He had learned this over years, that boredom and pain were not enemies to be fought, but whether to be experienced, passing through like rain or wind, temporary and necessary. When the light in the scriptorium began to fade each afternoon, Brother Thomas would often pause and simply look. The mountains outside turned gold, then rose, then purple as the sun set behind them. The colors lasted perhaps 30 minutes, perhaps an hour, depending on the season and the clouds. Brother Thomas watched without trying to hold on to what he saw, letting each moment be complete in itself, neither more nor less than what it was. In the garden, things grew and ripened according to their nature. The beans gave way to squash, the squash to cabbages, the cabbages to root vegetables that would be stored for winter. Brother Thomas worked in the garden whenever he was not in the scriptorium, his hands in soil, his attention on leaves and stems, and the subtle signs of health or distress that plants showed to those who looked carefully. Brother Martin had planted cover crops in the beds that were finished for the season. Green manure, he called it, plants that would be turned into the soil before winter to feed next year's garden. Brother Thomas helped with this work, turning the earth with a spade, feeling the resistance and give of soil that had been worked for generations. The earth here was good, enriched by years of careful tending, and it gave back generously what was asked of it. One morning, Brother Thomas found a snake in the garden, a small one, sunning itself on a stone near the herb beds. He paused and watched it. The snake was beautiful in its own way, patterned in brown and gold, its scales catching the light. It seemed unafraid, or perhaps simply unaware of his presence. Brother Thomas stepped carefully around it and continued his work. By afternoon, the snake was gone, returned to wherever snakes went when they were not sunning themselves on stones. The incident, small as it was, stayed with him. The snake had been perfectly itself, completely present in its moment of sun and stone. There was something to learn from this, though Brother Thomas could not have said exactly what. Perhaps simply that being was enough, that presence did not require purpose beyond itself. Brother Paul had begun work on the monastery's yearly inventory, counting stores and supplies to ensure they would have enough to last through winter. He moved through the storerooms with his slate and chalk, marking numbers in his careful script. Brother Thomas helped him one afternoon, holding the lamp while Brother Paul counted sacks of grain and beans, jars of preserved vegetables, wheels of cheese wrapped in cloth and wax. The storerooms smelled of earth and age, of the accumulated bounty of many harvests. Brother Thomas found the smell comforting. It was the smell of provision, of care extended through time. The monks who had filled these jars and sacks were providing for monks they would never meet, extending their effort across the barrier of seasons. And someday Brother Thomas and his brothers would do the same, filling storerooms for the future, trusting that the monastery would endure beyond their own lives. "Do you think it will be a hard winter?" Brother Paul asked, his voice quiet in the close space of the storeroom. Brother Thomas considered. "The squirrels are busy," he said. "The birds came early this year. Perhaps." Brother Paul made a note on his slate. "We have enough," he said. "Even if it's hard, we have enough." This seemed to Brother Thomas like a kind of prayer, or perhaps the answer to a prayer. To have enough, to be able to say with confidence that the future was provided for. What more could anyone ask? The days grew shorter as autumn deepened. Morning prayers happened in darkness now, and evening prayers as well. The monastery lived increasingly by candlelight, the flame of lamps and tapers marking the hours between dawn and dusk. Brother Thomas found he did not mind. There was something appropriate about this movement toward darkness, this gradual letting go of the year's light. Everything had its season, and this was the season of gathering in, of preparation, of rest. In the scriptorium, Brother Thomas worked more slowly now, taking care with eyes that tired more easily in the dimmer light. He had reached a section of the herbal that dealt with winter plants, those that survived cold and thrived in darkness. Evergreens and holly, ivy and mistletoe. Plants that kept their green when others had surrendered theirs. Reminders that life persisted even in the darkest months. Brother Dominic was working on an illuminated eye that would begin a psalm. The letter curved and spiraled, containing in its form a tree, a bird, and a small figure that might have been a monk or might have been anyone at all, standing beneath the tree with arms raised. Brother Thomas watched him work sometimes, fascinated by the patience it required, the minute adjustments of hand and brush that gradually brought the image into being. "How do you know when it's finished?" he asked one afternoon. Brother Dominic looked up from his work, considering the question. "I don't know if I ever truly know," he said. "But there comes a moment when adding more would be taking away, when the thing has found its balance. I try to stop then." Brother Thomas thought about this as he returned to his own copying. Perhaps all work was like this. A search for the moment of sufficiency, the point at which effort should give way to acceptance. He thought about the garden, about knowing when to harvest and when to let things continue growing. He thought about the prayers, about the balance between speaking and silence. Everything, it seemed, was a negotiation with completeness, with enough. The evening meals grew heartier as the weather cooled. Brother Martin made soups thick with beans and vegetables, stews rich with herbs. Bread appeared at every meal, its warmth welcome in the cooling refectory. The brothers ate with good appetite, their bodies responding to the changing season, storing up energy against the cold to come. In the common room after supper, Brother Benedict began reading aloud from a book of saints' lives. This was a new custom, or rather an old custom resumed. For years they had sat in silence during the evening hour, but Brother Benedict had suggested that reading might enrich their time together, and the abbot had agreed. So now Brother Benedict read, his steady voice filling the room with stories of men and women who had lived lives of prayer and service centuries before. Brother Thomas listened to these stories with interest that surprised him. He had heard many of them before, but hearing them again was different, like walking a familiar path and noticing new details. Saint Anthony in the desert, Saint Benedict at Monte Cassino, Saint Scholastica and her prayers that brought the storm. Lives lived in extremity, in absolute devotion, in ways that seemed both alien and intimately familiar. After one such story, Brother Martin asked, "Do you think we could do that? Live like that?" There was a long silence. Then Brother Dominic said, "I think perhaps we are already living like that, just more quietly." Brother Thomas felt the truth of this. They were not hermits in the desert or founders of orders. They were simply monks in a small monastery between mountains, living lives of routine and prayer. But perhaps that was its own form of devotion, its own kind of witness. Perhaps the extraordinary was not so far from the ordinary as it seemed. The nights grew colder. Brother Thomas added another blanket to his bed and was grateful for the stone walls that held the day's warmth through the hours of darkness. Before sleeping, he would sometimes stand at his window and look out at the mountains, vast and dark against the stars. The mountains were silent, patient, indifferent. They had been here before the monastery and would remain after it was gone. This thought, which might have been lonely, was instead comforting. The monastery was not the center of anything, just one small point of light and life in a much larger darkness. Sleep came more easily in the cold, or so Brother Thomas found. He would lie beneath his blankets and feel the weight of them, the warm pocket of air his body created, and let himself sink into rest. His last thoughts before sleep were usually fragmentary: an image from the day, a line from the herbal he was copying, the taste of the evening's soup, the sound of Brother Benedict's voice reading in the common room. And then sleep itself, dark and seamless, a kind of small death and resurrection that happened every night, carrying him from one day to the next, the great wheel of time turning slowly through its revolutions, bringing winter closer with each rotation, bringing winter and then spring and summer and autumn again, the seasons cycling like prayers, repeated and necessary, ancient and new, always the same and never the same, world without end, as the prayers said, as the mountains demonstrated, as the monastery embodied in its stone and silence and patient endurance through the passage of years and days and hours that flowed like water or light, changing everything and changing nothing, present and passing, held and released, like breath, like sleep, like life itself. Chapter 4. The Silence That Speaks Without Words. Winter settled over the monastery like a careful hand. Snow came in the night and stayed, covering the paths and garden beds, transforming the familiar landscape into something softer and more uncertain. Brother Thomas woke to find his cell brighter than usual, the snow outside reflecting what little light the early morning held. The stone path was still there beneath the snow, its course marked by the absence of obstacles, by the way the white surface dipped and rose in familiar patterns. Brother Thomas walked it carefully, his sandals leaving dark prints that others would follow. The cold was sharp but not unbearable, a clear cold that made the air feel pure and thin. In the chapel, the brothers gathered as always. Their breath was visible now, small clouds that appeared and dissipated as they spoke and sang. Brother Thomas found himself focusing on these visible breaths, watching them rise and fade, proof of life and warmth in the cold space. The prayers seemed to take on new weight in winter, as if the words themselves were helping to hold back the darkness and cold. After prayers, breakfast was porridge and bread, simple and warming. Brother Martin had added cinnamon to the porridge, a small luxury that transformed the plain oats into something almost festive. Brother Thomas ate slowly, feeling the warmth spread through him, grateful for food and fire and the company of his brothers. The scriptorium was cold in winter, despite the small brazier that burned in one corner. Brother Thomas wore fingerless gloves while he worked, leaving his fingertips free to hold the quill while keeping his hands as warm as possible. Even so, his fingers grew stiff and clumsy. He worked more slowly, taking breaks to flex his hands over the brazier, feeling the heat slowly return to his joints. The herbal was nearly complete now. He had reached the final sections, the pages that dealt with preparations and remedies, with the combining of herbs into tinctures and poultices. These pages required even more care than the others, as the proportions and methods were precise and important. A mistake here could mean more than just a copying error. It could mean the difference between healing and harm for whoever might use this book in the future. Brother Thomas thought about this as he worked. His copy would outlast him, would exist in the world long after he was gone. Someone, someday, might use his careful letters to learn how to make a remedy for fever or a salve for burns. This felt like a kind of immortality, small and humble, but real. The work of his hands would continue working even when his hands themselves were dust. Brother Benedict had stopped coming to the scriptorium. The cold was hard on his joints, and the abbot had given him permission to work in the warmer library instead, organizing manuscripts and records. Brother Thomas missed his presence, the sense of shared purpose that came from working alongside another copyist. But he understood. The body had its demands, and wisdom lay in listening to them. Now it was just Brother Thomas and Brother Dominic in the cold room, working in companionable silence. Brother Dominic had finished his illuminated psalter, and the completed manuscript sat on the shelf behind him, a monument to patience and skill. He had begun something new, but he was keeping it covered, and Brother Thomas did not ask to see it. Each man's work was his own, to be shared or kept private as he chose. The garden slept under its blanket of snow. Brother Thomas walked through it sometimes, following the paths that were now just suggestions beneath the white surface. The plants were dormant, resting, gathering strength for spring. The herb beds were marked by small wooden stakes that poked through the snow, reminders of where things would grow when the season changed. Brother Martin had explained to him once that winter was not empty time for a garden, but essential time. The cold killed pests and diseases. The snow protected the soil from the worst of the freezing. The dormancy allowed plants to conserve their energy, to go deep into themselves and prepare for the work of growing that would come later. Without winter, Brother Martin had said, there would be no spring. Brother Thomas thought about this as he walked the frozen paths. Perhaps it was true of people as well. Perhaps they too needed times of dormancy, of going inward, of rest that looked like nothing but was actually preparation. The monastery in winter felt like this, quieter, more internal, less concerned with doing, and more focused on simply being. The days were short now, darkness coming early and staying late. The brothers lived increasingly by lamplight, their schedules adjusted to accommodate the limited hours of daylight. Morning prayers happened in full darkness, evening prayers as well. Only the middle hours of the day offered natural light, and even that was often gray and muted, filtered through clouds heavy with snow. Brother Paul had taken to organizing the library, working with Brother Benedict to catalog the monastery's collection of manuscripts. They worked slowly and thoroughly, making lists of titles and authors, noting the condition of each volume, identifying texts that needed repair or copying. This work had revealed several manuscripts that no one had looked at in years, books pushed to the back of shelves and forgotten. One afternoon, Brother Paul brought one of these forgotten manuscripts to Brother Thomas in the scriptorium. "This needs copying," he said. "The pages are becoming brittle. Another few years, and it might be lost entirely." Brother Thomas looked at the manuscript. It was a collection of meditations, written by a monk whose name he did not recognize, from a monastery he had never heard of. The handwriting was cramped and difficult to read, and the pages were indeed fragile, cracking at the edges. But the words, as far as he could decipher them, were beautiful, reflections on silence and solitude, on the presence of God and absence, on finding fullness and emptiness. "I'll copy it when I finish the herbal," Brother Thomas said. "It should be preserved." Brother Paul nodded and returned to the library. Brother Thomas went back to his work, but his mind lingered on the forgotten manuscript. How many works, he wondered, had been lost because no one was there to copy them at the crucial moment? How much wisdom had disappeared simply because the paper it was written on had crumbled away? The thought was sobering and sad, but also motivating. Each manuscript he copied was a small victory against time and decay, a preservation of something that might otherwise be lost. The midday meals were the warmest part of the day, when the brothers gathered in the refectory and shared the heat of their bodies and the fire in the great hearth. Brother Martin made thick soups and hearty stews, meals that sustained them through the long cold hours. The bread was denser in winter, more filling, made with stored grains that were older and harder, but still good. After meals, some of the brothers would linger near the fire, extending the warmth as long as possible before returning to their cold cells and workshops. Brother Thomas sometimes joined them, standing with his back to the fire, feeling the heat soak through his robe. No one talked much during these times. The warmth itself was enough, a shared resource that needed no commentary. One evening, after Brother Benedict had finished reading from the saints' lives, Brother Dominic asked a question that had no obvious answer. "Why do we do this?" he said. "Why stay here, in the cold and silence? What purpose does it serve?" The question hung in the air of the common room. Brother Thomas felt it settle over him, heavy and important. Why indeed? He had been at the monastery for so long that the question of why had faded into irrelevance. He was here because he was here, because this was his life, because leaving would be like leaving himself. But Brother Dominic had asked, and the question deserved an answer. Brother Martin spoke first. "We pray," he said simply. "That's the purpose. We pray for the world, even though the world doesn't know we're doing it. We preserve," Brother Paul added, "knowledge, wisdom, beauty. We keep them safe. We live," Brother Benedict said quietly. "We live in a certain way, with attention and intention. Maybe that's enough." Brother Thomas listened to these answers and felt they were all true and all incomplete. He thought about trying to add his own answer, but found he had no words that would capture what he felt. So he sat in silence, and the silence itself seemed to speak for him. seemed to say that some things could not be explained, only lived. The conversation moved to other topics, but the question stayed with Brother Thomas. That night, lying in his cold cell, waiting for sleep, he thought about purpose and meaning. The monastery served no obvious function in the world. It produced little, influenced nothing, existed in isolation, and yet it felt deeply meaningful to him, necessary in a way he could not articulate. Perhaps, he thought, meaning did not always require justification. Perhaps some things simply were what they were, and their existence was its own purpose. The mountains did not justify themselves. The stars did not explain their shining. They simply were, and their being was enough. Maybe the monastery was like that, and the lives lived within it, sufficient unto themselves, needing no external validation. This thought brought him comfort, and he drifted toward sleep with a sense of peace. Outside, snow began to fall again, soft and persistent. It fell on the monastery and the mountains, on the garden and the paths, covering everything equally, making no distinctions between important and unimportant. It fell through the hours of darkness, and Brother Thomas slept through its falling, his breathing slow and even, his dreams, if he had them, leaving no trace upon waking. Morning came again, and the pattern resumed. Prayers and meals, work and rest, silence and words. The days accumulated like snow, each one adding to the depth of winter, bringing them closer to spring, though spring felt impossibly distant. Brother Thomas copied his pages in the cold scriptorium. Brother Martin cooked his meals in the warm kitchen. Brother Paul continued his inventory and catalogs. Brother Benedict organized the library. Brother Dominic worked on his mysterious new project. They were like the monastery itself, solid, enduring, purpose without needing to proclaim their purpose. They were there, and their being there was enough, or had to be enough, because what else was there? Only the cold and the silence and the slow passage of time, and the faith that all of this somehow mattered, even if how it mattered remained forever unclear, held in the same mystery that held everything else, the mystery that could be lived but not solved, experienced but not explained. As the snow fell, and the seasons turned, and the monastery stood firm between its mountains, patient and present, asking nothing, giving what it could, shelter and silence, routine and rest, the simple daily miracle of continuation. Chapter 5. The window that opens on forever. Time passed, as time does, until it seemed that the monastery had always been in winter and always would be. But slowly, secretly, things began to change. The snow melted at the edges where sunlight touched it longest. The icicles hanging from the eaves grew smaller each day. The light, almost imperceptibly, stayed a little longer each evening. Brother Thomas noticed these changes the way one notices the gradual graying of one's own hair, not through sudden revelation, but through accumulated small observations. One day he realized he could work in the scriptorium a bit later before needing to light the lamp. Another day he found a patch of bare ground in the garden where snow had melted completely away. These were not dramatic transformations, but they were transformations nonetheless. The herbal was finished. Brother Thomas had written the final words, cleaned his pen for the last time, and closed the completed manuscript. It had taken him almost a year, perhaps longer. The stack of pages was thick and satisfying, and he felt a quiet pride looking at it. The work was good. The letters were clear and even. The information was accurate. Whoever read this book would be able to trust what they found there. Brother Paul had taken the completed herbal to be bound, and Brother Thomas had begun copying the meditation manuscript, the forgotten text that needed preserving. The handwriting of the original was indeed difficult, and Brother Thomas worked slowly, sometimes spending an hour on a single paragraph, making sure he understood the meaning before committing it to his copy. The meditation spoke of emptiness in ways that felt paradoxical. Emptiness as fullness, silence as speech, absence as presence. The monk who had written them had lived alone in a hermitage, seeing no one for months at a time, and his words carried the weight of that solitude. Brother Thomas found them both strange and familiar, like encountering his own thoughts in someone else's hand. One meditation particularly struck him. We think of silence as the absence of sound, but silence is itself a sound, the sound of the world breathing. We think of emptiness as the absence of things, but emptiness is itself a thing, the space that allows other things to be. In my hermitage, I am never alone, because solitude is companionship with the silence, with the emptiness, with all that cannot be seen or touched, but is nevertheless present, more real than reality. Brother Thomas copied these words carefully, thinking about the monastery and his life here. Was it empty or full? Was it silent or speaking? Perhaps it was all of these things at once, held in a paradox that required no resolution. In the garden, small green shoots began to appear in the places where snow had melted. Brother Martin walked the rows each morning, checking for signs of life, removing the winter mulch from the beds that were ready for it. Brother Thomas helped when he was not in the scriptorium, kneeling in the cold mud, feeling the wet seep through his robe, not minding. There was something hopeful about these early shoots, something that touched him more deeply than he would have expected. They were so small, so vulnerable, pushing up through the half-frozen ground toward a sun that was still weak and uncertain. But they pushed anyway, driven by something beyond logic or caution, driven by the simple imperative to grow, to become, to fulfill their nature. Brother Benedict's health had declined over the winter. He no longer came to the common room in the evenings, but stayed in his cell, resting. Brother Thomas visited him sometimes, sitting quietly by his bedside, not saying much, just being present. Brother Benedict seemed grateful for the company, though he too said little. They would sit together in silence, two old men who had known each other for years, who had prayed together and worked together, who understood without words what the other felt. One evening, Brother Benedict said, "I wonder what comes after." Brother Thomas knew he was not talking about the next day or the next season. "I don't know," he said honestly. "I imagine it's either everything or nothing, and both seem equally possible." Brother Benedict smiled faintly. "Either way, it will be interesting." This conversation stayed with Brother Thomas. He thought about it as he copied his meditations, as he worked in the garden, as he walked the stone paths he had walked for so many years. What had come after? Not just after death, but after each moment. Each breath led to another breath, each day to another day, until finally there was a day that led to no tomorrow. And then what? The meditation manuscript offered no answers, only more questions. We live in time, one passage read, but we are not of time. Something in us stands outside the flow, watching, aware. This watcher is what we truly are, and it does not die, because it was never born. It simply is, like God is, present and eternal, beyond the reach of time's erosions. Brother Thomas wanted to believe this, but he was not sure he did. He felt very much a creature of time, his body aging, his memories fading, his strength gradually leaving him. If there was something eternal in him, it was well hidden, buried beneath the weight of years and routine. Spring came gradually, announcing itself not all at once, but in increments. A warmer day, a louder chorus of birds, the green deepening in the garden, the snow retreating further up the mountainsides. The brothers began to work outside more, preparing the fields and beds for planting. Brother Martin distributed seeds saved from last year, and each brother took his portion and planted what he had been given. Brother Thomas planted beans, as he had done every spring for years. He pressed each seed into the earth with his thumb, covering it carefully, knowing that in a few weeks these seeds would sprout and climb and flower and fruit, continuing the cycle that seemed endless but wasn't, that would go on only as long as someone was there to plant and tend and harvest. The scriptorium grew warmer, and Brother Thomas no longer needed his fingerless gloves. He worked with greater ease now, his hands flexible and quick. The meditation manuscript was perhaps halfway complete, and he found himself both eager to finish it and reluctant to reach the end. This was always the way with copying. You lived so long with a text that it became part of you, and finishing it was like a small goodbye. Brother Benedict died on a morning in early spring. Brother Thomas was one of the first to find him, coming to his cell for their usual quiet visit. He had died peacefully in his sleep, his face calm, his hands folded on his chest, as if he had arranged himself deliberately for this final rest. The brothers gathered and prayed. They prepared the body according to their customs, washing and dressing it, keeping vigil through the day and night. They buried Brother Benedict in the small cemetery behind the chapel, where other brothers rested beneath simple stones. Brother Paul said the words, and they each threw a handful of earth onto the shroud, and then it was done. Brother Benedict was gone, returned to the earth, his work finished. Brother Thomas felt the loss, but not as sharply as he might have expected. Death was part of the pattern, like winter and spring, like dormancy and growth. Brother Benedict had lived a good life, a quiet life, a life of purpose and prayer. He had done his work and done it well. Now he was at rest, and that seemed right and appropriate. The monastery would continue without him, as it had continued without so many others, as it would someday continue without Brother Thomas himself. In the days after the burial, the monastery felt both emptier and more full. Emptier because Brother Benedict's presence was gone, his voice absent from prayers, his place at meals unclaimed, but more full because his memory was everywhere, in the manuscripts he had copied, in the routines he had helped maintain, in the very stones of the place he had lived in for so long. Brother Thomas returned to his copying, finding comfort in the familiar rhythm of the work. The meditation manuscript seemed more poignant now, its words about absence and presence taking on new weight. He copied a passage that might have been written for this moment. When someone dies, we say they are gone. But gone where? They are in the earth, in the air, in our memories and prayers. They are woven into the fabric of everything, invisible but present, like threads in a tapestry that hold the pattern together even when they cannot be seen. The spring deepened. The garden erupted in growth, and Brother Thomas spent more time there, tending the plants that shot up with almost violent energy. Everything was green and alive, pushing toward the sun, reaching for the light. He worked alongside Brother Martin, and sometimes Brother Paul, and occasionally Brother Dominic would join them, taking a break from his illuminations to put his hands in soil. They worked mostly in silence, as was their way. But the silence felt different now, charged with the memory of Brother Benedict, with the awareness of mortality, with the recognition that their time too would come, that they too would one day lie beneath simple stones in the cemetery behind the chapel. But this awareness, far from being morbid, felt clarifying. It made the present moment more vivid, more precious. Brother Thomas found himself noticing things with greater attention. The exact shade of green in a new leaf, the way sunlight caught in dewdrops on spider webs, the taste of fresh herbs in the evening soup, the sound of Brother Dominic humming quietly while he painted. All of it mattered. All of it was sacred, not because it was extraordinary, but because it was ordinary, because it was the substance of life, the accumulation of small moments that added up to a human existence. This was what the monastery had taught him, what these years of routine and repetition had revealed. That meaning was not something distant or abstract, but immediate and present, found not in great achievements, but in small attentions, in care and patience, in the daily practice of being fully present to what was. The meditation manuscript progressed toward completion. Brother Thomas could see the end now, perhaps a month away, perhaps less. And already he was thinking about what he would copy next. There was always something that needed preserving, always another manuscript waiting for the care of patient hands. Brother Dominic's gospel grew more magnificent with each page. Brother Thomas would sometimes stop by his table to watch him work, marveling at the steady hand that could produce such intricate beauty. "How do you keep your hands so steady?" he asked once. Brother Dominic paused, considering the question. "I breathe," he said. "I make each mark between breaths in the stillness. The hand follows the breath, and the breath follows the prayer. It all moves together." This seemed to Brother Thomas like a description of life itself. Breath and prayer and action, all moving together in a pattern that was both simple and infinitely complex. He thought about this as he returned to his own copying, as he tried to bring the same attention to his work, the same integration of breath and prayer and motion. Evening came, as it always did. The brothers gathered for their final prayers of the day, their voices rising in the chapel that had heard these same prayers for centuries. Brother Thomas let his voice join the others, feeling himself part of something larger than himself, connected to all who had prayed here before and all who would pray hereafter. After prayers came supper, simple and good. After supper, the common room and the reading of saints' lives, Brother Paul taking over the duty that had been Brother Benedict's. The stories continued, other lives, other times, other ways of seeking and serving and being. And then the dispersal to cells, the washing and preparation for sleep, the lying down in darkness, the slow drift toward unconsciousness. Brother Thomas lay in his narrow bed, feeling the familiar contours of mattress and blanket, hearing the familiar sounds of the monastery settling into night. He thought about the day, about all the days, about the pattern that held them all. He thought about Brother Benedict at rest in the cemetery, about the meditation manuscript nearing completion, about the seeds in the garden pushing toward light. He thought about breath and prayer and the steady hand that creates beauty between breaths. And then he thought about nothing, or about everything, which might be the same thing. His consciousness faded like light at sunset, gradual and complete, until only darkness remained, and sleep, and the monastery breathing around him like a living thing, ancient and present, enduring and ephemeral, stone and spirit and silence, the window that opened onto forever, the door that led both inward and out, the path that returned always to itself. As the night deepened and the stars wheeled overhead, and the mountains stood watch, and the world turned slowly through its cycles of death, and birth and death again, eternal and temporary, sacred and ordinary, the great mystery of existence continuing its patient work, asking nothing, giving everything, present in every breath, every heartbeat, every moment that arose and passed away, leaving no trace and leaving everything, as time flowed forward and stood still simultaneously, as the brothers slept and the monastery held them in its ancient embrace. And the darkness was complete, and the darkness was full of light, and everything continued, and everything changed, and it was all exactly as it should be, and it was all beyond understanding, and that was enough, more than enough. It was everything. It was nothing. It was the life they had been given and the life they had chosen, lived moment by moment, breath by breath, prayer by prayer, copying word by word, planting seed by seed, walking step by step on stone paths that led everywhere and nowhere, circles within circles, spirals ascending and descending, the great pattern that included all patterns, held all meanings, answered all questions by dissolving them into silence, into the space between words where truth lived wordlessly, where God was present without being seen, where everything that mattered existed beyond language and description, held in the heart's quiet knowing, in the soul's deep rest, in the peace that passed understanding and the understanding that passed peace. All of it woven together in the great tapestry of being, each thread necessary, each life a single stitch in an image too vast to see, too beautiful to comprehend, except in glimpses, in moments of grace, in the sudden recognition that this, all of this, the ordinary and the sacred, the daily and the eternal, was what they had been seeking all along, and it had been here always, waiting in the silence, waiting in the stone monastery between mountains, waiting in the patient work and the quiet prayer, waiting in the breath and the heartbeat and the slow passage of hours, as simple as bread, as complex as love, as mysterious as death, as certain as morning, inevitable and impossible, real beyond question and strange beyond belief, the great gift of existence, accepted and lived, moment by moment, until the moments ran out and became something else, something beyond time, beyond words, beyond everything except the silence that contained all sound, the emptiness that held all fullness, the absence that was the deepest presence, world. Without end, forever and ever. Amen and amen.